Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bornos in the south of Spain. Today's Monday morning. It's about 8:30 in the morning our time, Central European time. And we're here at the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships in the glorious setting of Bornos in Spain. Look at that picture. It's a beautiful morning this morning. It's flat calm. We've been up since long before sunrise, which was just about 8:30 this morning. And we're looking forward to a fantastic day of paramotor slalom training. We're training this morning as we were yesterday, making sure that everybody knows the systems, the rules, how to fly. Not necessarily a very easy sport to practice, so this is probably the centre of the world at the moment for paramotor slalom. So competitors are getting used to the conditions, getting used to their machines, having travelled here to compete. And we're going to have a day of practice. And competition starts for real tomorrow morning. Same time, 8:30, just as we rise, just as the sun rises, and we make the most of the day and the most of the morning's weather for sure. That's it. That's the first takeoff just happening right now. You can see, perhaps you're not a paramotor pilot, you can see that there's a very short run-up before the pilot becomes airborne due to the power of these engines. We're going in championship order for training this morning, which means that the best person, the person who won last year, will have gone first. So they'll be in the most competitive equipment. They'll be among the best in the world, or perhaps the best in the world. And as we work through the day, so we'll be going down through the top class, the open class, and then we'll be going through to the serial class, which I'll be describing later. On screen, Bartosz Nowicki. Why are we looking at him? He is the current world champion. We had the championships last year in Qatar, and Bartosz came from behind. He was in third place all the way up until the final task, and then he won the finals, and he is our current world champion. Let's watch him take off. On with the power, a few steps, and he's airborne. Beautiful shots. This is the first competitor coming in for training. I'll explain what he's doing in a moment. Let's just sit back and watch the action for a few minutes. So that was it. That was the task for this morning. Takes about 25 to 30 seconds, certainly if you're Jeremy Penon from France, who is, again, one of the world's best pilots, came second last year in Qatar. So he's a strong contender to win at least a medal, hopefully the gold this year. I'll stress throughout the morning, this is training. So Jeremy will have been the first to take off. He will go through all of the procedures as per normal, but this is just a training task.
Now in the circuit.
Second pilot coming in for his first training run of the morning. This is Bartosz, current world champion. So what are the general rules? You need to fly around a prescribed pattern of pylons. As you can see, there are 5 pylons measured a bit like a dice. They're called dice flights, so it's the number 5 on a dice. And each morning, the competition director will tell you which way you get to fly around all of these pylons. Maybe you'll come in through the start gate, go through past the middle one, off to the far right or off to the far left, and complete a certain pattern. The pattern that we have this morning is one that we call eclipse. And Geordie's just putting it onto the screen now. So you can see you go through the start-finish gate, which is at the bottom on the left-hand side, at the bottom of the screen. You fly straight up to the first pylon in the middle, and you do a 45-degree left turn. So all the blue turns are left turns towards the far left pylon. You do a 180 around the far left pylon, down to the bottom left pylon. We'll just switch over to watching the action again.
Who is this?
So next in for his practice is Luboš from Czech Republic. Another of the world's top pilots, finished 5th last year. So he's following this pattern that we were calling the eclipse. We just cut away from it just to watch the action. It's round the middle pylon, off to the far left pylon, down to the near left pylon, back round the middle pylon, and then through the start finish. One of the shorter courses. This is for training purposes. We're only using 3 pylons for this particular course, but there are at least 20 different variants of courses. Sometimes we use all 5. Occasionally we might just use 2. But today we're using 3. And the competition directors called it Eclipse this year. On screen, Thomas Mignot from France. No, I beg your pardon. It's Asa. So switch back from Asa just to finish off the description of the eclipse. Oh no, we have another pilot in the air, much more important than looking at diagrams. So Cyril Planton from France. Flying a dudek wing, the dudek Snake 4, if you know your paramotor wings. Fantastic overhead shot of him going through the final pylon and then through the start-finish gate on the top right-hand corner. Time goes stop and is recorded, and that's a successful training flight for Cyril this morning. This is training for all of us. We're still getting used to the production. Me, for the first time, still finding out what's going on. And the pilots, it's their second day of training. They got to fly once yesterday, and then the wind conditions got such that we had to call it off for the day. So back to Asa, had some great success in the recent past, part of the very, very strong Qatari team. They tend to come to here, Bornos, in the south of Spain, for months every year. They think they've been here for up to 6 months so far this year, training very hard. Part of the Qatari army. So Geordie's found some time to get me back to the eclipse graphic. You can see you go through the start-finish line at the bottom of the screen, around the middle pylon, taking a left turn, the blue left turn, off to the far left pylon, a 180 round it, down to the south to the bottom right, sorry, the bottom left pylon, do a 270 turn, back to the center pylon, and then out of the start-finish. Beautiful scenes here of the mountains on the lake of Bornos. It's actually a reservoir, but we call it Lake Bornos, Lago de Bornos. I can just hear the competition director behind me telling us that the wind has slightly changed direction, hence a couple of minutes delay as the pilots line up in a slightly different direction. They need to fly into wind, need to run into wind to take off. Bornos Lake has its own microclimate, and as the wind changes during the day, the sun rises and the wind will come from the lake onto the start deck, which is what we're looking at right now. It's a very small site. You can see there are white tents in the background. We're sitting in one of those tents, so we can hear and see the pilots taking off behind my left shoulder. So I can actually hear this real time as Asa takes to the skies. He will then fly 30 seconds to a waiting area off to our left-hand side, and he will circle in a particular pattern, waiting for a green light, and when he receives his green light, he can then come into the course, start his attack run, start his training run this morning, and then once he's finished, he flies a prescribed circuit, goes back to the landing deck, and lands safely. Pilots warming up their engines, last checks, making sure all is good. That's a marshal there, just looking at harnesses, checking everything's safe, helmets done up properly. And once they're ready, they get a green flag from the Chief Marshal Simon. So Ace is watching now for, sorry, not Ace, so this is Mohsen Al Ayafi from Qatar. You can see the green flag being waved. That's the go. Simon says all is good, we're happy. And we're airborne. So number 5 from Qatar, Asa, here we go. This is going to be a good one. Through the start finish, onto the middle pylon, takes a left, off to the far left pylon, takes a 270, down to the near left pylon, 270 in the opposite direction, coming back to the center pylon, all the way round, and into the start finish. Done, time finished. So, as well as watching us on YouTube this morning, or whenever it is you're watching us, you can also catch up on the action elsewhere. We've got our own website at 7wpsc.com, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship.com. There you'll find names of pilots, regulations, rules, and a whole host of other details.
With this one, the entry.
And you can also follow the scores. If you go to dice.flights,
With this one,
dice.flights,
who is this one?
We're still learning. We're still working out the procedures here in the tent. We're in a tent with the scorers. They're busy working out how to score. Anyway, let's go back to dice.flights. This is the software that we're using, and you'll be able to watch the times live and get the scores live. Go to dice.flights and click on the competition that you want to follow. In this case, it's 7WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. You'll see lists of competitors, and then you'll see a column for each task that we're flying. If you click on the name of the task, so I think in this case it's task 1, which is the training flight, you'll get all of, this is task 2, but if you click on task 1, you'll get yesterday's training and all of the associated times. You'll see who was fastest in practice yesterday morning. I'll say again, this is a practice session.
Who is the pilot to entry, please? Give me number. Who is one?
I think. Bit of competitor identification going on. System not quite working perfectly for us just yet, but we're pretty sure this is number 7, which is Mohsen from Qatar. Let's just watch a second. Nice and smooth. So, you're watching us, you're thinking this looks easy. I promise you, it most certainly is not. These are the world best pilots. We have 2 different competitions in one here this week. We have the open class, which obviously everybody competes in, but we have subdivisions of that as well. We have what's new for this year, something called the serial class, where the power of the engines is limited to encourage those who have less experience to compete and gain some success, but in the second tier serial class. And we are currently watching the top of the top, the people who are going to be competing for winning the Open Championship. They might make it look easy, but I promise you it is not. There is years of training gone into this. We are looking at excess speeds of, it depends entirely, but between 60 and 90 kilometers per hour. Some of the engines being used this week have 44 horsepower, and the total weight of pilot and equipment may be something like 110, 120 kilos. So if you do the ratio of power to weight, that's certainly something that can get you shifting along pretty quickly. So let's watch Thomas Mignot from France. Is he coming in as low as possible to the water to start? You need a controlled turn. Don't gain height. He's gained a little bit of height there. Try and stay as level as possible, and you'll find the top pilots will be swinging out at right angles to the pylon, much like Thomas did just then. But he's certainly a bit slower and steadier than the first pilots who flew. But he's round safely. He exits the finish gate at a good height, and it's looking pretty controlled to me. That's number 18, Johnson Q from the United States of America, waiting patiently. Really good guy, Johnson. I was sitting having lunch with him yesterday. He's been competing for a number of years now. Yep, he's looking forward to it. Avid follower of Paramotor Slalom. Not the first time I've met him by a long time, by a long way. And he's just having fun. He's competing in the open class. His ambition was not to finish bottom of the open class. Let's watch the technique. The best technique is staying low, keeping the same altitude and swinging wide, which is being done perfectly here. Little bit of height gain on pylon number 2. Back to the center pylon. Beautifully done, and out nice and fast. Amazing drone shots. We've got 2 drones in action this week. We've got one static above the 5 pylons, so you can see from above the pattern that's being flown, but also we've got a follow me, and that was the pictures we were just watching then. And I'm logging into dice.flights. I've clicked on 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship, and then I've picked the category PF1. PF1 stands for single, solo, foot launched. So this is what we're watching here, is the PF1 class. So you click on PF1, and then I've clicked on test 4, which is today's training test. I beg your pardon, I've clicked on test 3. What am I talking about? Today's training test, and I can see that the fastest so far this morning is Jeremy Penone with 19.247 seconds. So how do we get the times? There is an extremely expensive piece of equipment, a speed gun, focused on the start-finish line from about 50 meters away. It's in the tent with us here. It records to 1/1000th of a second when the line is broken, which is the start of time, and then pilot flies the course, goes through the finish gate, and this highly expensive piece of equipment clocks the finish time, and you get an instant score. Yep, number 12, Alois from Czech Republic, flying Ozone Freeride 2. And the inimitable sound of a Sky engine. They're boxer engines, they're vertically opposed cylinders, one top, one bottom. They make a distinctively different noise from the other engines being used this week. Alois is a mad keen fit person, very, very fit athlete, is a proficient cyclist. I had the misfortune of being in the same gym as him in a hotel once, and he was on the exercise bike next to me. And I'm a reasonable cyclist, but oh my goodness me. He was going twice as fast, twice as far, twice as quickly. Very, very fit guy. Beautiful morning here. It's been a little bit chilly. We woke up, it was maybe in the 12, 13, 14 degrees centigrade. It's going to rise to the mid-high 20s later in the day. Absolutely perfect weather at the moment for this event. The 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championship. To think on Saturday this week, we will have identified maybe the new or maybe the repeat world champion for paramotor slalom for this year. Oh, it's a water touch. So, what happens with a water touch? It's a penalty. Why is it a penalty? We're all about safety, and there are a number of rules to guarantee the safety of the event. One of which is you need to stay in control, and if you do touch the water, as you saw, it was a minor splash, but that's enough for the pilot to receive a penalty, because we don't tolerate out-of-limit flying at all. We're all about making sure that everybody who gets out gets back safely and in one piece. Of course, accidents do happen, and when they do, we've got a complete backup. Maybe we'll see it sometime during this week. Pilots might get it wrong, they might overdo it, lose control, and they'll go splash. They'll go into the water. There are 2 rescue boats which tend to get to the pilots within 5 to 15 seconds. Pilots are also wearing buoyancy aids. They're told to have full fuel tanks so that they don't have buoyancy of air in an empty fuel tank. They're rescued, they're pulled ashore, they dry out, and then they fly again. So we're going down the start order now. The less experienced competitors are now flying, and you can see the difference in technique. They're losing the sense of control that we saw earlier on this morning. They're gaining and losing height, a little bit more ragged. They're not threatening the pylons. It's perfectly okay to hit a pylon, because if you fly very, very close to the pylon, as the top competitors do, so your canopy might brush the pylon slightly, and that will cause a reduction in air pressure between the pylon and your wing, which means that the pylon will bend towards the wing, the Bernoulli effect. So there's no penalty for brushing the pylon, but there certainly is a penalty for touching the water. Yeah, you can see one of the rescue boats. They're out there permanently, obviously. They're circling around, making sure that they are close to the action. One of the boats has a flip front nose, so that should a pilot go into the water, boat arrives, like I say, incredibly quickly, flips the front of the nose of the boat forwards, and pulls the pilot to safety. There's an amazing community here at this championship. We had 3 people go into the water yesterday, and the other competitors rally round. They help dry out, they help clean up, they help expunge the water from the systems, because they want to see everybody flying. The camaraderie is amazing. When you think this is the World Championship and this might be the person who you're competing with, perhaps you're 8th and they're 9th, doesn't matter, you'll turn around and you'll help them. Another view of the eclipse graphic. Abdallah from UAE flying Dudek Warp with a Viterazzi Mosta 185 engine. I had the great pleasure of being invited to Oman earlier in the year to help them with their Omani beach games, and met many of the UAE team. They're developing, they quite happily admit themselves, but they're getting better and better every single time I see them. The rate of progress is very impressive indeed. Safely through, good score. Maybe you can hear Kamel shouting in the background. That's the competition director, the one responsible for organising the flying of the event. We've got number 21, Kaylee Biss from USA. One of 3 women flying here this week. Kaylee's flying in the restricted, the serial class. But she also classifies in the open class as well. She's here with her father, Jerry. Had a really good chat with Jerry yesterday. So let's watch Kaylee go through the start. Goes to the center pylon, takes a left turn around the center pylon, goes to the far left pylon, goes all the way around the far left pylon, down to the near left pylon, switching direction, so she's doing a figure 8, which is absolutely right. 270 round the pylon. Back to the center pylon, where she'll go left as we see it, and out the start finish. Kaylee is a very accomplished paramotor pilot, taking it steady. It's her first time here in Bornos, and that's a very successful training run. She's safe. She got round in the right direction. No deductions for penalties. Good job, Kaylee. In for a treat now. We're going to be following the Follow Me drone. This is number 27, William from USA. Sit back and watch this footage. You are in the pilot's seat. as you come down in your attack run through the start-finish gate marked by the boys into the middle pylon, looking already to lay up and to go left to the far pylon. Getting goosebumps here. This needs to be a 270 turn around this pylon, doing a figure 8 back down to the pylon you'll be able to see on your right hand side now, past the safety boats on the right. This is a 270 turn around this pylon. William going a little bit wide there, losing time, but he's still safe. He needs to go back to the center pylon, looking to turn right around the center pylon, and then full speed into the finish line. You can see the boys on the water. Wow, what an amazing experience. We're all pilots now. We get a good idea of what they need to do and what they face. So nobody in the water yet. If they do fall into the water, like I say, they're going to be rescued incredibly quickly. But they gain the honor, the title of member of the Bornos Swimming Club. And yet we've got quite a few members of the Bornos Swimming Club. Tends to be a thing that you need to go through before you become a proficient pilot. Hopefully not. But usually the worst that happens is you get a bit wet. And like I say, everybody rallies around to look after you. Of course, we've got full medical backup here. But fortunate to say, it's hardly ever needed. Just walk away with a bruised ego. But a new title, member of the Bornos Swimming Club. Beautiful scenes this morning. It's just turned 9 o'clock in the morning. You can see the sun's been up now about half an hour. Absolutely glorious conditions. Once again, the follow me drone, we need to turn right around this center pylon and full speed out of the finish gate time finish. So that was Dan Jones from UK. He makes up the UK team this year. Had a bit of a mishap yesterday with our opening ceremony. You may or may not know, but the UK flag, the Union flag, must be flown in a particular way. It's not completely symmetrical. And there's a right way of flying it and a wrong way of flying it. And Dan was given a flag to carry on a flagpole, and funnily enough, it was upside down, which is a signal of distress. It means I need help. And Dan recognized it instantly. But adapt to the situation, he just carried the flag upside down, flagpole up and flag down, and made the best of the situation. Good on you, Dan. We've 57 competitors here this week. We've a strong Spanish team, native Spanish team, and this is number 30, Carlos. Many of the Spanish competitors have been flying for a number of years now, and a couple of people were jokingly saying they were the veteran team. Well, wait and see. I'm looking forward to seeing a very good friend of mine, Ramon Morillas, later in the week. Oh, and there we go. So we have our first member of the Bornos Swimming Club for the morning. So let's watch the safety routine. He's okay, look, his buoyancy has opened and he's sitting above the water. You can see he's moving, so he's fine. And look at that, within less than 10 seconds, we have the event director who's running the boat this week, Paco Francisco, who's there. First thing you do is you check the pilot's okay, and then he'll be sitting there quietly, he's thinking, what did I do wrong? My feet are wet. I've already had a shower this morning. But you can see they're leaning over the side of the boat. They're helping him, making sure he's okay. And in no time at all, they will be pulling him out of the boat. So the instruction for the rest of the pilots now is that they must come and land. We are all about safety. So there's no more distractions. Everybody comes back to the landing deck, and it will go quiet for a few minutes while we pull the guy out of the water.
empieza temprano. Venga, bájate. Quédate ahí para... No, no.
¿Vale? Sí.
Sí, no tengo ni frío ahora mismo.
Pero, ¿tienes ropa para cambiarte?
Sí, tengo la furgoneta ahí.
Por si te quieres cambiar la ambulancia.
No, tengo la furgoneta ahí, muchas gracias. Bueno, vine el fin de semana pasado.
So drama over. That was competitor number 30, Carlos Tirado from Spain, who joined the swimming club. He's absolutely fine. Maybe you saw the thumbs up he gave to the camera as he came off the boat. Medical team waiting. The medical team is literally right behind me, maybe 10 meters away. So it's a very small site. Everything's very close together. And I just hopped out of the tent to check Carlos was okay. Yeah, big smiles. Refused the help of the medical team, said he was absolutely fine. So now he's got the task of drying his clothes out, getting rid of the water out of his engine, and he'll be back, no doubt at all. Flying a Polini Thor 202, so those of you who are interested in which engine he's flying. Like I say, we're very safety oriented here, so everything stopped while we made sure that Carlos was okay. All pilots landed, all activity stopped, and all focus goes on the wet pilot. But like I say, no drama whatsoever. And we'll be off again sometime soon. We're a little bit concerned of this odd-looking thing in the sky, which is a big black cloud. And it may be that it's going to bring some short-term wind or perhaps even a little bit of rain in the near future. But you can see pilots, I can see. I have the privilege of looking behind my shoulder and seeing. I can see pilots lining up on the takeoff deck, wings out, just waiting for competition director to decide that everything's okay, and he'll give the green light and we'll be off again. Gives me a moment to give special thanks to many of those people who have made this all possible. The planning for this sort of event takes at least a year. the bid to the International Federation to host this event, because this is an official World Championship, was over a year ago, and the organising team led by Kamil have been working extremely hard on the event since then. So we have Kamil Mentrowski, who is the competition director. We have a whole number of other people I mentioned before. Francisco Sanchez Reina, who is the event director. He's running the boat this week. Behind me on the scoring table is Martin Kragoriak, and I'm afraid my Polish pronunciation is terrible. And every now and then we see the chief marshal, the one with the green flag, making sure that everything's okay before a pilot takes off, is Simon, as I know him, Gadja from Poland as well. That's the organising team, but we have a whole bunch of other supporters, not least financial supporters. Costs a lot of money to run an event like this. Pilots have to pay an entry fee to take part, but also we are very generously sponsored by a number of different manufacturers and equipment suppliers, and they're split into different categories. The engine category is Viterazzi engines. We thank you sincerely for your support, very generous supporters of this and other events. The Paramotor chassis class is taken by Liberty, and Carlos Oscar, the owner of the company, is here this week. One of the greatest supporters of Paramotor Slalom I know. An absolutely wonderful guy. Currently suffering a bit because he's had an injury, so he's hobbling around, but he's okay. The wing sponsors are Dudek, my very good friend Wojtek there in Poland. If you're listening, Wojtek, hello to you. We miss you greatly. We wish you were here. And thank you for your support. The software, I've mentioned it before, dice.flights, working well. This is how you find out the times and ultimately the positions of competitors throughout the week. So go to dice.flights, click on the competition you want, which is 7WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships.
Hi everybody.
Click on the category. We're looking at PF1, which is the foot-launched sync solo. And then find the task you're looking for. This is task 3. Sorry, I got it wrong earlier. It's task 3. And you can see the live times from this morning. I think when I last looked, Jérémy Penon from France was the fastest in training today. If you've just joined us, I need to keep reminding you this is a training day. We, the organisers and commentators and media, are still ironing out the odd tiny problem, but also the competitors are getting used to the systems, how to fly, where to fly, when to fly, ready for the competition to start proper tomorrow morning. Quick message from competition director to say we are waiting for the wind situation. There is a bit of a black cloud over us, so we'll be a few minutes while Kamil looks to the skies and decides when we are going to be able to fly again. So sit back, watch the images, and we'll be back as soon as we're flying.
half a goal, it's the right way up, you know? Bullshit pod.
We're back. We decided that the weather wasn't so bad after all. This is number 32, Stefan Fontana from France, Ozone Viper 6 and the Simonini 250 for you paramotor nerds. And we're off on round Pylon 2 straight away. You can see it's got a lot darker. This type of flying, extremely fast, very close to water, is very sensitive to the weather conditions. And I was just talking to competition director Carmel just now. He was watching carefully. He's got years of experience in this area. He knows the weather extremely well. He was talking about the venturi of the mountains and the regular direction of the wind and the effect of the sun. There's a little bit of cloud cover today, which is changing the experience that we have. But he's satisfied we're okay. I was having a quick word with the only UK competitor, Dan, and he was saying already earlier on in the day he was feeling it was a bit bumpy. So we are quite sensitive to the weather, which is why Bornos is such a fantastic place to come. Everybody talks about the Bornos microclimate. And for the last 2 weeks, of course, the weather's been perfect. Yesterday we did an hour before it got windy, and today there's a bit of a cloud, but we're all hopeful the sun will win. Back into the follow me drone, number 29, Carol from Czech Republic. Dudek Snake 4 going round pylon number 2. Doing the 270. Look at those drone shots following it round. Pylon 3, back to the center pylon. Another 270. Pretty good. Gained a bit of height there, but he's safe and he's through the finish gate. Time off, and again go to Dice Stock Flights where you will see his time appear shortly. The short break for the swimming club intervention gave me time to go and talk to a few competitors. I managed to catch up with Kaylee Biss from USA. It's her first time here competing in Paramotor Slalom. I asked her how she did. She said pretty good. She's getting used to using the speed bar in this sort of environment. She's got a brilliant attitude. She got round yesterday. She wanted to get round a little bit quicker today, which she did. She's here to enjoy the experience, to learn a lot, which you certainly do. So following number 35, Severin from Poland. Look how low he is to the ground. Really tight turn, high G's going around there. Fantastic technique being displayed, very close to the pylon, almost horizontal as he's turning. Again, not gaining height. This is a fantastic time. Out the finish, and yesterday he told me his name is Severin. He said, all Polish people are unhappy and you have to say his name, Severin. He seems pretty happy to me, and he's going to be extremely happy after that training run. Again, if you've just joined us today, this is a training session. It's day 2 of training, ready for full competition starting tomorrow, Tuesday, and going on for the rest of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, final day on Saturday, and then closing ceremony and medals on Saturday evening. We had a great opening ceremony yesterday, led by the competition director Carmel and the local mayor to the town of Bornos, who welcome us every year. This is a dedicated area for Paramotor Slalom. It's known around the world for this event. And we were delighted to have the mayor and his wife and daughter, actually, at the opening ceremony yesterday. He gave a short speech in Spanish, and we all thanked him for his welcome and for his hospitality. More amazing drone shots. This is using FPV, first person view. The drone operator standing just the other side of the tent canvas to me, looking into his FPV goggles and flying the course just behind the competitor. Amazing stuff. Nice and steady through the finish gate, and number 25, Kamis. Well done, stayed dry, nice and steady progress. Again, if you're just joining us, this is a training session. We're going from the fastest in previous events to the least fast, the newest, the least experienced. So it's championship order. If you're leading the championship, you'll be number 1, and so you'd go first. So we call it championship order. So we're on through now into the numbers 30 plus, 35 plus. These are the ones with slightly less experience, and as a result you can see that the performances are more steady, but also the wings are bigger. Those who are serious about winning world championships will be buying bespoke equipment, either specially made for slalom or designed such that you're going to get the most out of it in these extreme conditions. But as we go down the ranks, so people will be using their regular wings, and as a result they'll be a little bit steadier going around the course. You can't fling a bigger wing around the course in the same way that you can a faster one. So views of the takeoff deck. You can see all the white tents. Perhaps on the left hand side there's 2 white tents with points. That's where we are. If we wave you won't be able to see us because there's a van in the way, but that shows the size of the competition area. The deck is immediately behind us. Then there are medical and team tents, and then the tent on the right hand side is the main tent for storage of paramotors. It's all very, very close together. It makes for a fantastic atmosphere. Competitors all know each other anyway, but it gives them the opportunity to share experiences, make friends. And this is a lot of the reason why people come here year in, year out. It's to strengthen the friendships they have, to swap experiences, to talk about the sport that we all love. Great shots as you see the wing being pulled up. And we switch to the action, number 34. Vincente. Flying a Nivea Doberman 15 with the Polini Thor 202. From Spain, part of the growing Spanish team. I've just seen my friend Ramon Morillas for the first time this morning. He arrived overnight. Was a champion, but now some years ago, so hoping to relive past glories. Vincente's doing okay. He's gained a bit of height there, so had to correct himself. But he's back on it, and oh! That'll be the propeller gone. So he will be a member of the swimming team as well. So we saw that the cage hit the water, broke the propeller. You could hear the engine revving. He's above the water. His buoyancy aid will have blown up immediately. I can see other shots which are now out of camera. He's fine, thumbs up. Just the slightest of lack of concentration. Hit the ground, broke the propeller, and he's okay now. The boat is already with him. There's already hands on the cage. And we have another break for swimming team member number 2. Vicente Palmero Rodriguez from Spain. So again, safety protocols are absolute priority. All competitors to land. All focus goes on the pilot being brought back to shore. But he's fine. I can see in another camera shot that he's absolutely okay. So I'm going to go and have a quick walk round, have a chat with a few more competitors, get a few more stories for you, and we'll be back in a few moments' time.
por favor. Has quedado bien peinado, Pali. Vendo Polini barato, sin escape. Hay un Pedro ahí. Búscate un contenedor de basura y acércalo. Ya, colega. Claro, ¿dónde? Es lo que hay. Es que me quedó acelerado, tío, no lo podía parar. Me quedó acelerado, es lo que ha dicho la gente. No te he dicho, cuidado. Y yo intentando parar el motor y intentando
Tiene
parar.
frío, te quiere cambiar la ambulancia. Está calentita la ambulancia.
Voy a ponerme de cambio ahí, ¿vale? Se quedó acelerado, por eso, cuidado con el tío.
¿La pala que le va a mandar Juan? ¿Está bien o qué?
Yo estaba buscando la zodia para aterrizar al lado y ¿dónde está esa? Sí, sí. Yo toco al lado y ha roto y he seguido volando. ¿Ah, sí? Claro. Claro, yo he seguido volando y se ha acelerado. Claro, tío. Y ya cuando vinieron ya algo que digo, Paraguay. Pero no podía pararlo, no stop. Joder, qué putada. Porque a no ser tocar el agua que se ha roto algo.
Like swinging back, believe that I'm bringing it. muy importante, será muy importante las velas, ¿no?
Sí.
Es importante las velas porque igual que cuando... Viendo cámara.
No, no. Вот он.
De la mousse. Mais à ce moment-là, c'est la poire. La poire, comme ça. Là, la pompe à essence. D'accord. Et si t'as la pompe à essence et qu'il ne fait pas monter, ça te réalimente pas. Mais là, à la limite, on me fait démarrer et là, au moins les gens savent s'il n'y a pas de boulet derrière. Oui. Après, les gens le voient.
¿Qué fuera? ¿Sí?
Hello.
So we're back. I've just been talking to competition director Kamil, and it seems that the weather's improving slightly. He has been living here for some of his life, months at a time, for several years now, running the Qatari paramotor team. And they come here for months of the year, so he knows the area extremely well. He's obviously seen days progress and how the wind changes and how the sun has an effect. Unfortunately, the sun is starting to burn through. So the conditions that we are used to, this microclimate we have in Bornos, look as though they're going to take over again, at least for the next period. The black clouds that were behind us, the Venturi effect of the mountains seems to be abating. And you can see on camera now, that's the Chief Marshal, Simon, who blew his whistle a few minutes ago, and he's now getting everybody ready for taking off. Good time for me to talk about something different, which is who organises all of this on an international level. Well, we're part of the International Federation, the FAI, the World Air Sports Federation, and we're split into different commissions for different sports. And our sport is the Microlight and Paramotor Commission, called SEMA. It's a French name, the Commission Internationale de Microaviation. So we're working under the umbrella of SEMA, being part of the International Federation, FAI. These are the official World Championships. It's the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championship. And a whole load of us from around the world gather together under the umbrella of SEMA to promote our sports, microlights and paramotors, and to put on events such as this one. It's actually the general conference of the FAI this week in Finland. So our president, the SEMA president, Mr. Wolfgang Lintel from Germany, he's sadly not with us this week because he's off at the general conference in Finland. The Federation has a long history. It was formed in 1907, so it's now 14 years old, 118 years old. Thank you very much. It's a bit early in the morning for me still. We evolve, we develop, and it's through the contributions of all of the people involved in the sport that we work collectively together to make the sport happen. And this is a prime example of it. Kamil has taken this event for himself. He's developed the rules in collaboration with SEMA. He's taken a leading role. And the evidence is absolutely clear here today. We have clear rules. We have an excellent competition format. We have efficient systems. We have scoring software. We have sponsor interest. These great TV shots being produced by KTO Productions. Maybe you can hear Jordi on my right-hand side speaking Spanish. He's the one running the control desk and deciding which pictures we see. We've got Sebastian on camera. We've got another standing camera, 2 drones. And this makes up the shots that you're seeing here today. So we're about to go. I've got one more thing I need to say, which is I apologise to Kaylee. I said this was your first time in Bornos. No, it isn't. It's not your first time at all. I understand it's your first time in the World Championships. But sorry, Kaylee, I got it wrong. You've been here before, and we certainly look forward to you spending many, many years here in the future. We're in the air. I can hear engines going, the sweet sound of Paramotor 2-stroke engines. And we're waiting for number 38 from USA, which is Ryan Gloker. Ozone Free Ride 2 and the Bitterati Monster Factory R185. Ryan's up. We restart. This is training session. Monday morning here in Bornos, Spain. Welcome to the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And Ryan Gloker from USA is on the course. Final pylon and out of the finish gate. Good job, Ryan. If you've just joined us, I'm going to be repeating some of the things that have been said this morning because we do have people joining us all the time. We're running in championship order for this, a training session. Championship order is as per the last results that we have of you. So if you competed last year, for instance, and you're the world champion, which we have here this year, then you will have gone first today in this training session. Ryan's gone 38th. That doesn't mean he's the 38th most experienced person here. It just means we don't have any data on him. And as with some other of the team from USA, some of them are flying this sort of competition for the first time. And having watched Ryan just now in training, I reckon he's going to be a top 10 player. But he certainly belies his 38th starting position in this, the training session. This is 39, which is Mark Mellowin from USA as well. Just talking to him. This is his first time. In fact, he'd never flown this pattern before these championships. An accomplished pilot, but this is going to show you what it takes for somebody who's not used to this environment. Good technique around there, pylon number 3. He needs to do a 270 to go back to the center pylon. Gain some height, which is going to lose him some speed, therefore increase the time. But he's through the finish gate, and he then follows a prescribed route back to the deck, the landing deck just behind us. And he'll be down on the ground within 30 seconds to a minute, and then wait for his next training run. Good job, Mark. Also flying Viterazzi Mosta 185, but with a Gin car wing. Shots of one of the competitors receiving help. There are some rules about that. You need to be a registered team assistant or an official of the competition to help. But it just helps them get in the air. This isn't an engine start competition, this is a flying competition, so if you need someone to pull your engine start, then that's absolutely fine. Coming into the course now then, number 36, Jakob. From Poland, flying Dudek Drifter with a Sky 150, pulling him along. Yep, some obvious training having gone on here. This is looking pretty smart to me. Very nicely done indeed. So if you are just joining us, you can see 5 pylons in the middle of the water. We are in an area of South Spain in Andalusia. It's called Bornos, and we are on Lake Bornos. Probably the most famous centre for paramotor slalom in the world. The 5 pylons are arranged a bit like the number 5 on a dice, so it's often called dice flights. And the event organisation decides which way we are going to fly around the dice face each day. And today we're flying a formation which is known as eclipse. Eclipse means you go in through the start-finish gate around the centre pylon, you turn left to go around the far left pylon, you do a 180 to come back to the near left pylon, a 270 round that pylon back to the middle, a 180 round the middle, and then out the start-finish gates. We have a graphic. When we get a moment we'll put it up and we'll let you see exactly what I mean, but you can follow the action. And the task will change every day or every task. They've been named after planets or other such bodies, galaxies, or sci-fi type words. This eclipse being eclipse of the sun. Other names are Astro, Comet, Mercury, Venus, Nebula, Aquarius, and so on. But today's eclipse, and we're concentrating on that one. This is good, steady progress. If you've just joined us, you'll have missed the first 10 or so from our time, 8:30 this morning, and it's now, what, 10:30 nearly, where we are. So getting on for 2 hours ago. The winning technique is going to be one where you stay very close to the water. You neither gain nor lose height. You might be flying absolutely perpendicular to the pylons, canopy brushing the pylon as you go round it in very, very tight patterns. But that was an excellent performance just then, very steady indeed. And most importantly, he's kept his socks clean, kept his socks dry. Hopefully they're clean already, in case his mum's watching. So the sky is filled again with paramotors after we had a bit of a break for the weather. We're quite happy that conditions are good enough for training. I will keep saying this is a training session today. We're getting to the end of the first category, which is PF, Paramotor Foot Launched. And we'll be soon moving to the second category, which is PL, Paramotor Land Trike. So trikes, which are very, very lightweight chassis with 3 wheels. And pilots will take off using wheels rather than feet. There we go, there's a picture of the first PL taking off. And you can see very short takeoff run. He's making sure he's getting some speed before he does take off. But I can hear him behind me, he's in the air, and won't be long now before we have the first PL competitor. So we have 2 championships here this week. We have the PF Championship and also the PL Championship. Both will determine world champions in their category.
26, pilot 26.
We've a start list and a start order this morning. If a pilot has a problem in the training session, then of course they can go to the end of the queue, and we've got this happening right now. We've got pilot number 26, Trike from UAE. I can see him now starting his attack run, his training run. Coming into the start gate now. So let's see if we can describe where and how he's going to fly. So he's doing extremely well. As he starts, needs to be low to the water, but he needs to try and keep that height straight to the first pylon. Take a 45 left to the far left pylon. Needs to start lining up for a high G 270 turn round. He'll be doing a figure of 8 pattern with the pylon that's now to his right. So that's the near left pylon on his right at the moment. He's doing a 270 round that pylon. Comes back to the center pylon. Round that, doing a 180, and then out the finish gate. So we're using just 3 pylons today. That's the eclipse pattern. There are different tasks we can use that might use 2, 3, 4, or 5 pylons. But today, training, 3's enough, thanks very much. As we progress through the week, then we will, perhaps or not, I don't know, it's a secret, it's in Camel's head at the moment, but we may or may not be using more pylons as we go on. So we're off with the PL class now. Maybe you heard the first pilot, number 42, Ibrahim from Qatar, Dudek Snake 4 and Sky Engine Zeus 300. Very distinctive sound to the Sky Engine. One of the best pilots in the world in PL, and you can tell. Just a slight throttle blip there as he went through pylon 2, through 3, just correcting again, and through pylon 4 and the finish. Wow. We're running an excellent software this year. Go to dice.flights, So dice.flights. Click on the competition you want to follow, which is, in this case, the 7WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Then click the category. We're currently following the PL category, Paramotor Land Trike. And if you click on the task, which is task number 3 today, then you'll get the live times as soon as they are uploaded. One of my favorite competitors, number 43 from France, Boris Tisper, recognizable by his bushy black beard. Boris is a long-time competitor in paramotor slalom. He finished 2nd in 2023 and 3rd just in 2024, by which I mean he was running really high throughout the competition, just got pipped at the end. Very high hopes for Boris this year. Great guy, always smiling. And a fantastic pilot too. They're coming thick and fast now, just a demonstration of the excellent organisation we have here. This is number 41, Hayan from Qatar. Dudek Snake 4, Sky Engine Zeus 300. Certainly a contender for gold this week. Running a little bit high on pylon 3, but he's doing okay. Nicely around 4. Great G's, high adrenaline, and through the finish gate nice and safe. Well done, Hayan. So Camel's judgment has once again been proved right. With sun's out, weather's looking good. We've 17 in this class, and we're already on the 5th, so won't be long before we're through this, the training session, with competitor number 45, Milan from Czech Republic. Another Sky Zeus 300. Whoa, you're getting pretty low to the ground there, but he's doing okay. And then gained a bit of height. Coach isn't going to be happy with that one, but he's okay. He's safe. Yep, the Bornos microclimate is winning again. You know, where the conditions are calming down. We had a bit of a blustery period for the last 15-20 minutes, but you can see there are windsocks all over to help the pilots. They need to take off directly into the wind. So there's all aids available. As you saw, there might be help to have their engine started, and there are marshals dedicated to watching them take off. They're only given a green flag to take off when people are happy that everything is in place. Takeoff deck is a big green field, so they can pick any direction they want to take off. It's Mickey from Finland, I can see out of the corner of my eye. I'm having a good chat with him. This is his hobby. There are many, number 47 Vaclav coming into the course now. There are many professional paramotor pilots here. There might be instructors or lead expeditions or something like that. But there are others who are just here as a hobby. They might be taking it very seriously, but it's still their hobby. Looking good. Nice technique there around pylon Number 4 gained a little bit of height on that last pylon, but he's okay. He's through. Dive for the line to try to get as short a time as possible. This task is scored on time alone. Fastest obviously comes first. And as we've seen, the course this morning is about 20 seconds for the fastest, no time at all. So you need to be thinking well ahead as you're flying. You might be going around pylon 1, but you're already thinking about how do you get around pylon 2 to make sure you're on the right track for pylon 3. A bit like a game of chess when you're thinking moves ahead. I was talking to one of the female pilots just now, Leah Catullo from USA, and I asked her how she felt she did this morning. She said she hit her turns the way she wanted to, and she was explaining to me how she visualizes where she needs to be on the pylon she's approaching in order to get to the next pylon in the way that she planned. If you're not a paramotor pilot, then you may not know that there's a thing called a speed bar. This is usually a piece of aluminium or some other lightweight material, often carbon fiber these days, which is attached to the control mechanism of the wing, and it's used by your feet. So you put your feet on the speed bar, and if you push your feet away from you, so it enacts the bar, changes the control of the wing, makes the wing profile faster, hence the name speed bar. Oh, so there we see just a collapse on takeoff. That can happen for a number of reasons. Perhaps the pilot wasn't directly into wind, or there might have been a gust, or any number of other factors. It's not a big deal. He'll just regroup, set the wing out again, and off he goes. Great shots there of Abdul Rahman. A load of skill being on display today. It's an absolute privilege to be here. Not only is it great weather, surrounded by a highly professional team of organisers, media, and also world-class competitors. Fantastic atmosphere. We get to spend time with the competitors, swap stories, learn about their lives. It's just an absolute pleasure being here. And of course, this isn't my first job, as I'm sure you can tell. My job here this week is being president of the jury. So we have an international jury sent by the federation, the FAI, or our sub-part of that federation, SEMA, the Microlight Commission, Microlight and Paramotor Commission. I've been a member of that commission now for a long time. And I've been a jury member and jury president at a number of other events. Our job is to oversee fair competition and ultimately to declare at the end, on a Saturday this time, that we believe the competition was fair, that the results were correct, and then we give out medals. So Thomas coming into the course now, number 48. From France, Dudek Snake 3 and Pellini Thor 303. Gone a little bit wide pylon 2, but he's okay. Again, picking a slightly wider line for 3, but again, looking good. Going quickly, back through the center and out through the finish. Look up dice.flights. And navigate your way through as I described earlier, and then you'll see his time come up shortly. Strong French team here this week. the technical director of the federation, the French federation, FF Plume. A guy called Mohamed, himself a former international athlete and European champion in a different sport. He's now here overseeing the French team along with other helpers. They're very strong. They've got a number of genuinely world-class pilots, and they're expecting to do well. So we're preparing for the next task, which is going to be a different pattern. This is going to be Astro. So once we're finished with this training session, we'll be using the Astro pattern you can see on the screen now. Through the start gate, it's going to be a high G180 turn left to the near left pylon, a 270 turn right to the near right pylon, a 270 turn back to the center, and then a 180 turn back to finish. So this is going to be fun. You're going to be seeing the top pilots achieving very high G, very high acceleration rates as they make the red turns, the 270 turns. Different skills involved, different approaches necessary. Maybe you're going to use a different line because you're using tighter turns. But that's to come. We're still finishing with this task using the eclipse model. So media controller Geordie sitting on my right hand side running the control box for the media, is putting up the slide of Astro. This is going to be the next task. I'll keep repeating myself. This is training day today. We are training for the second day. Ready for competition to start tomorrow, Tuesday. 8:30 CET, 8:30 in the morning Spanish time. So we're all training here today. Organisers, marshals, media, and obviously, most importantly, competitors. We've about 5 more competitors to go in the PL class. I can see out in the distance competitor number 53, Pablo from Spain. Jim Falcon 2, Polini Thor 202. He will have been circling in a waiting area. And then when we're all ready for him, he's given a green flag. And that's his signal to come into the course and start his flight. Nicely does it. So as I've said before, we have 2 championships here this week. We have the PF Championship and the PL Championship. So that's the foot launched and the wheel launched. Everybody who competes in, for example, the PF Championship enters the open class. But then we have subdivisions of that class, which are female, and also what we have for the first time this year, which is called the serial class. So it's for those who are perhaps lesser experienced or have a limited size of engine. So it's perhaps a tier 2 class, if you like. And the same in PL, we have the open class PL1, but you can also elect to take part in the PL1S class, the serial class as well. Obviously, we've got multi-feed cameras here in the control room, and I can see in another shot that the next competitor is circling. Maybe he's got a technical problem, maybe he's just sorting himself out, psyching himself up. Now he's ready, gets low to the ground, gains speed. Here the engine revs go up. Full speed now, feet on the speed bar, full out as you come into the first pylon. The faster pilots will have full speed bar all the way through to pylon number 2. Nicely done. Bit of height gain, but he's doing okay. Very, very close to the water there. I don't know if that's a touch or not. But he's continuing. He obviously thinks he's okay. No, he's aborted. No, he hasn't. He's still going. Round the last pylon. You must go through the finish gate to score. And maybe you can make out in some of the shots there are 4 boys in the water to show where the finish gate and start gate is. The middle 2 boys are yellow. That is the regular start and finish gate for most of the competition. But later in the week, we're going to have a category called racing teams, where 4 members of the same team will be in the air at the same time, and they will fly consecutively. So pilot number 1 of your racing team will go in, I can't remember which it is, it might be the left-hand side. Depends on the task generally, but maybe I'll go in the left-hand side, though, between a red and a yellow boy. They will fly the course, and as they exit on, say, the right-hand side, that's the trigger for the second guy in their team to start, and they again will start on the left-hand side. So you can have 4 pilots go through in succession. Highly exciting stuff, very, very fast-moving. Something to look forward to later in the week. Pilot 56, Michael from Poland. Dudek Snake 4, Sky Engines 220. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name in Polish. I've realised that my Polish pronunciation is terrible. So I'll call him Michael. Good luck, Michael. Here we go. Round the 3rd pylon that makes up the course, back to the centre pylon, which makes up pylon number 4. Full speed out, finish line, and he finishes. Every competitor has a sticker on their helmet and a sticker on the cage which surrounds the propeller. If you're new to paramotoring, you can see there's a 2-stroke engine protected by a cage, maybe aluminium, but maybe carbon fibre these days. Engines being used this week range from typically 27 horsepower all the way up to the Sky Zeus 300s at 44 horsepower. Incredible amount of power for such a lightweight machine. Me personally, I'm an aeroplane pilot, and 44 horsepower is more than enough for a single-seat aeroplane. Number 57, Lukasz from Czech Republic. He's elected to take part in the serial class. Polini Thor 202 engine, Dudek Snake 3. 17-meter wing. Just a bit of a noise at the end. Yeah, we heard a bang of some sort. So water protocol initiated. We can already see he's okay. If you've just joined us, I'll go through it again. We have we take safety very, very seriously indeed. You can see the 2 rescue boats are already in position. All pilots are wearing buoyancy aids, which inflate automatically as they touch the water. So their heads will be kept above water. You can see within 10 or 15 seconds that the safety boats have got to the pilot. The first thing they do is they grab the cage, make sure the pilot's okay. And he is. I can see from my feed that he's got thumbs up and he's perfectly all right. We've got a specialist boat where the front of the boat, the nose of the boat, flips open. So they'll be able to pull him back ashore, dry him out, give him a towel, check he's okay from a medical point of view, and chances are he'll be back flying again within the hour. So another member of the Bornos Swimming Club. Congratulations to you. I think that's number 4, isn't it, so far? This is the reason that we fly over water, is that if something does go wrong, then they have generally a reasonably soft landing. But they're going to fly again. Spray a little bit of oil into the engine, clear out the petrol, and we'll be good to go. So, safety first. Everybody stops. All pilots go back to land. All eyes on the rescue boat and the medical teams who are here, both the medical teams. And we get a few minutes break. So, I'll take the opportunity to go and have a walk around, talk to some competitors, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
back. Yeah, I'm bringing it back. Said I'm bringing it back. Yeah, I'm bringing it back. With your dicks all like swinging the back. I believe you don't bring it back. Yeah, I'm bringing it back. With your dicks all like swinging the back. I believe that I'm bringing it back.
Já mu povezou sem, anebo dáme dál?
Nemůžu mluvit, já jsem v záběru.
Vypadá?
Este calor, este frío. Que como hay que le pegar calentito caliente.
Cuidado, cuidado atrás. Cuidado atrás. Atrás, cuidado. Vamos. Es muy para, que cache. Tady ošetři.
Vale, fuera, ¿eh?
Some great shots of the rescue that's been going on. So, competitor's absolutely fine. Thumbs up as soon as he hit the water, and he's been rescued really quickly. Trike's in one piece, he's in one piece, all smiles. You got to see the huge orange buoyancy aid, which will have inflated as soon as he hit the water. He's all okay. So next job is to get the boats out, back into position, and we'll be away again. Remember, this is a training session today. I'll keep telling you. Training today, and we'll be back for competition tomorrow. A few more minutes until we're back in place. I'm ready to go again.
El tío. Vamos a darle.
Competitor 51, Ramon Morillas from Spain. Good friend of mine. I've known him for a very, very long time. An amazing pilot. Was a world record setter some years ago, and there was an epic flight where he took off in South Spain and flew over 1,100 kilometers in one flight. He's only a small guy. He weighs, I don't know, maybe 50, 55 kilos, something like that. And he was carrying so much fuel that he could barely pick the machine up as he took off. And I've seen the video of him taking off, and he struggled to get into the air, but he did. And then he flew, I can't remember the details anymore, but it was something like 13 hours. Something like that. As he set a world record for the longest paramotor flight. This was an FAI record, so remember the international federation that we're all part of, the World Air Sports Federation. The Fédération Aéronautique Internationale, they are the ones who control records. So you can go to their website, fai.org, click on the records tab, and put in Ramon's name, Ramon Morillas, Morillas, and you can see the details of his epic record flight. Really amazing guy, centerpiece of Paramotor Slalom, and has been so for a very, very long time. Absolute pleasure to see Ramon here this week, especially so to see him competing. I've got high hopes for him. He's been out of the scene of competing for a year or two, but I remember him winning, and let's hope he wins again this week. So where will Ramon have gone? We saw him preparing to take off. He will go off to the holding area, which we can see from time to time is just to the left of the slalom course. There's a prescribed route. You have to join from the top. You fly around in a particular direction. I think it's clockwise this morning. I can't quite remember. So you'll join the top. Maybe there's 3 people in the waiting area, and then you'll proceed down to the bottom where you'll be looking out for a green flag. Ramon has got his green flag. He's ready to go, and he's entering the course for the first time in this training session this morning. And let's follow former world champion Ramon Morillas as he goes around the course. Through past pylon 1 and pylon 2, doing a figure 8 to pylon 3. Class is showing here, just correcting slightly for pylon 4. And out the finish gate. So that's Ramon's first training run. He arrived overnight last night, saw him for the first time this morning. So he's set up, he's had to wait patiently while we've had a couple of weather issues, but here he is, he's off. He's in the running, and I expect big things of him this week. So welcome to you all if you've just joined. We are at the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos in South Spain, in the region of Andalusia. If you think of a line between Malaga and Seville, we're pretty much along that line, next to a very, very large reservoir called Lake Bornos. Probably the centre of paramotor slalom in the world. It's definitely a dedicated area. There's a fantastic campsite nearby, run by the event director Francisco, or Paco as we know him. In fact, you can see the campsite there on the right hand side in the shot, right by the water, and then you can walk across to the takeoff and landing deck, which is in the bottom right hand side of your screen at the moment. And if you saw those tents deep in the bottom right, that's where we are. So it's a small enclosed site. It's perfect for paramotor slalom and for these championships. And pilots come year round to this area to train and to practice and to enjoy the sport of paramotor slalom. These are the official World Championships. By Saturday of this week, we will be putting gold medals around the necks of world champions. So we're just finishing with the PL class. That's the Paramotor Land Trike class. Very lightweight chassis, 3 wheels, with a pretty regular paramotor cage and engine in the back. As you can see, the wing inflates as they go into wind. Yeah, he wasn't quite into wind then, so he had a bit of an issue. And I can see that he's stopped. He's going to regroup. He will put his wing out again behind him and have a second go. They're a little bit sensitive to wind. If you're not directly into wind, then it may be that you'll swing round and get off successfully. Otherwise, you'll just stop and have another go. So let's watch another competitor taking off. Maybe the wind's a little bit variable on the takeoff deck at the moment. But with someone in the air, they're preparing for their training run. I can hear them out to my right as the engine revs. There'll be full speed bar, full speed coming into the start gate. number 46, Yann Ledière from France, competing in the serial class, so the tier 2 class. Dudek Snake 3, Polini Thor 202. Showing good skills. Back round the final pylon. And through the start finish. We've a dedicated scoring team here in this tent sitting behind me, led by chief scorer Martin. And he's in charge of a very expensive piece of equipment, which is the timing gun, the scoring gun. It sets out a beam across the start-finish gate and is able to track competitors as they cross the gate. Takes a picture of them to make sure it's them, and in case of any queries about identification or timing afterwards. And then takes a second picture as they exit the gate and is accurate to 1/1000th of a second. So in the training run, this is only day 2 of training, we're going to have a wide spread of speeds and of scores. As we go through the competition to the later stages, my guess is that the competition director will choose to fly reverse championship order, which means that slowest goes first, fastest goes last, and it becomes very high drama, very high adrenaline as the top 5 or 10 competitors go last, and there will be decimals of a second between them. So this piece of equipment that we use is going to be absolutely necessary to make sure that we have the right result and we pick the just and the fair winner. So that was competitor number 50, Mika, just going around the course. I was having a good chat to him just now. He's actually a police officer in real life, but he's an avid paramotor pilot and often organises competitions back in his home country of Finland. Attends air shows, does demonstrations, and is generally one of those people who is passionate about his sport and passionate about spreading the message. '56, Michał Paulus from Poland. Dudek Snake 4, Sky Engine 220S. Distinctive sound of the Sky Engine as it's going round. Through pylon 1, nice and low to the ground. Will he stay low as he goes around pylon 2? It's looking pretty good. A little bit of height on pylon 3, but he's doing okay. Full speed out of the engine and through the start finish. Good shot of Chief Scorer there, squatting down. That's Simon. Sorry, Chief Marshal, not Chief Scorer. And that concludes the PL class. So the Paramotor Land Trike class, the Trikes, they're all done. And they will have some time out as we do the PF class, the foot launched. Moving on to a different pattern now. So this is the Astro pattern. We're in championship order, so we're going to have the best pilots in the world go first. Not least the one we're looking at right now. Number 1 in the world, current world champion, Bartosz Nowicki from Poland. He's on form, he's got high hopes, he's got confidence. Training's gone well. And he's one of the hot favourites, certainly for a medal position. But I'm sure he's got his sights on another gold medal. Current world champion, Bartosz Nowicki. This is still PL2 doing the training. We're going back to Oscar, who had a minor problem, so he's been allowed to start late. Oscar from Spain.
Raúl, ¿se ha hablado de Raúl? ¿Está vivo o qué? Hostia, este tío en cómo va, ¿no? Ojo, se va a quedar el pelo. Se va al agua.
Showing good control, not necessarily the speed of others, but definitely in control. I've talked to plenty of competitors who've said their goal is to stay dry or to get round and score each time, and that's no mean feat. The top in the world have been doing this for a long time, and they'll train for several months of the year. And then there are others who have
Hostia, Raúl, ahora está bien.
practiced a few times. Perhaps they're using the cross-country wing rather than the dedicated slalom. But that was good display of control. Well done, Oscar.
Aguanta, Sebas. Va de Miki Tech. Va de Miki. Mucho. Este evento de drone tiene unos buenos.
And that really is the end of the PL2. So we're back to PF1. You can see the first PF1 competitor. Very short takeoff runs due to the power of the engines that they're using. So we're now starting round 4 of training. If you go to dice.flights, dice.flights, click on this competition, which is 7 WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship. Navigate through to PF, and then you'll start to see the times of competitors being recorded there. If you click on PL, you'll be able to see the times from the last training, task 3 we've just done for PL. And that will be the official scoring for the competition as we go through the week, and we start the official competition tomorrow morning. Sunrise here is 8:30, so we were off this morning at 8:30, trying to make the most of the calmer conditions in the mornings. Bornos generally gives us maybe 5 hours of flying per day. Unlucky yesterday with the wind, which started at 11 o'clock, but last 2 weeks people have been training here and they've been flying until 2, 3, 4, even 5 o'clock in the afternoon sometimes. But we hope for midday, 1 o'clock. Right, sit back and watch this for a masterclass. This is the beginning of PF1, training task number 4, and we have current world champion, Bartosz Nowici. Sit back and watch. Wow. So new pattern. This is the Astro pattern. Through the start gate, directly ahead of you to the center pylon. Take a left to the near left pylon. Take a 270 right. And that's the really high G maneuver. That's the one you saw where Bartosz was actually below. He was above his canopy when he was going around the pylon due to the Gs. Straight line through to the near right pylon. Another 270 high G turn. back to the centre pylon, and then out the start-finish. So let's watch this through the start-finish gate for Jérémy Pénon, number 2 from France. To the centre pylon. He needs to turn left. To the near left pylon. He needs to do 270. Oh my lord, watch that. Through, back to the nearest pylon to us. He's had to correct. Lost some speed, but he's at the nearest pylon now. Back to the centre pylon. Another dramatic turn, stay above the water, and out of the start-finish. Jérémy, very, very hot contender this year. 4th in the World Championships here in Bornos in 2023. 2nd last year in Qatar 2024. Obviously hoping to go just one better this week amongst very stiff competition.
Number 3, pilot number 3.
Luboš from Czech Republic. Dudek Snake 4 Sky Engines RS 260. Round the centre pylon, back to far left. Dramatic turn to near left. Bit of height because he's carrying such speed. Back to the centre pylon and out the finish gate. Luboš 10th in 2003 in Bornos and 5th last year in Qatar. Number 5 from Qatar, Isa Al-Hajaji. Wow, that was close. So he brushed the centre pylon on the way out. He's doing okay with that. There's no problems with that. It's just that was a bit close for my liking. Pylons are obviously inflatable. They're 7 meters high. They're anchored to chains and to concrete blocks in the bottom of the lake. They will deflect and will deform, but you don't want to get that close, not really. Nice view of someone coming into land while we wait for next green flag and next competitor. We're waiting for Cyril Planton from France, competitor number 4. He's in the air. We can see him in the waiting area. He's just lining up, waiting for the green flag. Part of a husband and wife team here this week with Morgane and Planton. Morgane being current world female champion, having won in Qatar last year. But anyway, Cyril here. Amazing overhead drone shots. Cyril, 7th in Bornos in 2023 and 7th again last year in Qatar in 2024. Showing some excellent form. I'm sure he's going to improve on 7th place this year. So the skies threatened an hour or so ago, and we've got a bit of blackness in the air, but it's all cleared up now, and we're back to standard Bornos conditions, which makes this place so favourable amongst pilots. Number 9, Alesh. Throwing himself around the sky. You need a strong stomach for competing at this level. Amazing shots here from the media team led by Geordie, KTO Productions. We're getting through this training run thick and fast. It's evidence of the amazing experience here in Bornos. We're on day 2 and it's already running like an oiled machine. And number 8, Thomas Mignot from France. Ozone Free Ride 2. 13 metre. Sky Engine's Aries 260. And through nice and safe. So I can see that Dice Stop Flights is live and currently leading with the fastest time so far is Jérémy from France. Time of 23.398. Closely followed by Lubosch in second, 23.507. Thomas recording a 33.008 just then. So on to Asa. Yep, got my wing colours wrong. It was Saeed. Saeed, one of the very many people flying Liberty this week. Liberty, a very strong supporter of the competition, with Carlos, the owner of the organisation, here all week. And Liberty being a sponsor of the event as well. So thank you very much to Carlos and to Liberty for sponsoring the event. In the frame category, we've got a number of other categories. Engines being Vitorazzi. Paraglider wing being Dudek, my friend Wojtek in Poland. The official software being Dice Flights, and the media KTO Productions. Thank you very much to all 5 of you for being part of this competition and for helping make it such a success. Number 10, Ergi. Czech Republic, Dudek Snake 3, Polini Thor 303.
Johnson y tal.
Usually 17th in 2023 and 14th last year
Vamos con Seba.
in Qatar.
¿Y qué tal algo?
So at any one time we're going to have pilots preparing on the start deck, as you can see now. Being given the thumbs up, we'll be given a green flag, then they go into the waiting area, and there may be 3, 4, 5 of them stacking, joining from the top, working their way down to the bottom of the stack in the waiting area. Then when it's your turn, you look out to the scoring tent for a green flag. And Abdallah will have received his green flag, so he gets himself ready, lines up for his attack run. Full speed as he comes to pylon number 1. And if we stay with this, then we can go to pylon number 1. You can see he turns left. Sharp turn to the pylon near us on the right-hand side. Very, very high G turn as he stays nicely closely to it. Now full speed bar off to the far pylon. Another super turn back to the center pylon. Just lost his way a little bit there, but he's corrected through the center pylon and out the finish gate.
Fotográfico con Sebas. ¿Cuéntalo, Miki? Nada, Miki. Rec. 3, 2.
Lovely guy, Abdullah. I was invited to Oman earlier this year for their Omani beach games, and had the pleasure of meeting Abdullah there. Great pilot. We were flying classic tasks out in Oman, and he was the victor. So he is the Omani Beach Games champion at the moment as he comes into this event. Number 12, Alois from Czech Republic. Here we go with the high Gs as he has to come back to the center pylon. All the way around and then out the start-finish gate between the two boys, you can see in that shot there, to score a time.
Cuéntalo el circuito dron. Ahí. Vamos con dron. Vale, Miki, ¿cuéntalo algo?
Dice.flights for the near live scoring. We go through a very quick checking process as soon as the pilot crosses the finish line, but the scores are up almost instantly, within a few seconds. So you can follow the live action here on YouTube and get the scores from Dice.flights. Number 15, Andre. Good stuff. Andre is flying a 15-meter wing. If you're not aware of paramotoring, you can. Well, there's some choice as to which wing you fly. The larger wings are going to be the slower ones. The smaller wings, the faster ones. We've a range here this week of 13.5 meter, being flown by Jeremy of France and Luboš of Czech Republic. All the way up to, I think, 22 meters. No, I can see a 25-meter wing. And in fact, looking down my list, there are two flying a 13-meter wing. Competitor 41 Haiyan, Dudek Snake 4 13-meter. And Thomas Mignot from France, competitor number 8, flying a Freeride 2 13-meter. There are regulations regarding wing size. The wing will be specified to carry a certain weight, and during scrutineering and inspection earlier on in the week, Saturday and Sunday of this week, the organising committee measured people's wings to make sure they were standard, and then weighed competitors along with all of their equipment to ensure that they were flying within the limits of the wing. So Morgane Planton, wife of Cyril Planton, who flew earlier. Morgane, current female world champion. She couldn't quite believe her, I would say luck, but it's nothing to do with luck, it's skill. She couldn't quite believe what her skill had brought her last year in Qatar. She was in very fierce competition with the USA pilot Leah throughout the competition, and managed to get ahead just at the very end. And was overwhelmed. I went to interview her straight after she landed, and she couldn't quite believe it. Trying to get a word out of her, she was just incredibly emotional. And very, very modest lady, but absolutely determined while flying, and no doubt going to do well again this week. So number 10, Johnson from USA. Nicely done, Johnson. We're flying through competitors now. Competitor 38, Ryan from USA, just contemplating, getting himself in the right headspace, psyching himself up. So we're back to 35, Severin from Poland. Fantastic low approach. Will he keep the distance to the water as he goes round? Super turn there in turn 2. All the way across the course to turn 3. Again, nice control. Must go back to the centre pylon. Take a left and back through the yellow buoys you can see on screen. Sorry, between the yellow and the red buoy you can see on screen. Good stuff, Severin. I don't know much about him, but he's a bit of a dark horse in my eyes. I think he's going to do extremely well this week. (19) Leah Catullo from USA, one of 3 female pilots here this week. Like I say, second last year, only just second though. She's determined to do as well as she can this year, obviously with her eyes set on the podium, the top of the podium. Reckon she did okay in the first training this morning. She's doing okay in my eyes so far. Come on, Leah. Whoa. Nice recovery. Well done. That will have got the blood running, but she's okay. She's through. She's scored a time. This leads me on to a good point. We hope to fly lots of tasks this week. We need to fly a minimum of 3 before it becomes a valid championship. But for every 5 tasks that we fly, we can lose our worst score. So after 5 tasks, if you've scored 5 tasks, you can drop the worst of your 5 scores. So if this was competition day, and I say again, this is training day, but if this was competition day, Leah would be able to say, okay, I need to abort this mission, I need to recover and make sure I get out safely, because I know that could be the one performance that I can drop after 5 tasks. And then it repeats. If we do tasks 6 to 10, so we do 10 tasks, we can drop another score from tasks 6 to 10. So if at the end of the week we've run 15 tasks, you can lose your worst score from tasks 1 to 5, and then your worst score from tasks 6 to 10, and your worst score from tasks 11 to 15 to end up with your final result. This is partly a safety measure, rather than force pilots to go absolutely hell for leather every single time. No, you have the ability to say, it's gone wrong, just like Leah had just then. Pull out, abort, and try again next time. Next female competitor, Kaylee.
Vamos con Sebas. Sebas, cierra si quieres con ella, Sebas. Cierra un poco más. Se ve ahí ya. Vale, pero voy. Escuchad. Ahí, Sebas, habla bonito. Con esta, o a poco a poco.
Beautifully done, Kaylee, well done. I'll say again, not her first time in Bornos. Look at the
Fuera, Sebas.
colours of the wing. It's Da Vinci Disco wing.
Aquí tendré interferencia,
Caught up with Kaylee's dad earlier on. She's travelled here, and her father's here to support her. Jerry, hello, Jerry, if you're listening. Tells me he gets a bit nervous watching her, but there's no need to be nervous that time round. Brilliant performance by Kaylee, well done.
¿Estás parada ahora?
32, Stéphane from France in the open class. His own Viper 6 and the Simonini 250. A little bit high going through the first, and again a little bit high
Vale, Miki, venga.
through the second.
Sebas, recuperamos la valor de...
But it's a good constant speed, full power as he goes through, right? A little bit ragged, but we're safe, we're through, we scored. And I'm sure he's displaying his traditional big smile. He's always smiling, that guy is. Great shots of the marshal just going through harness checks. They'll only be given the green flag when everybody is happy that they're okay. Another member of the French team exiting the waiting area. It's going to be number 33, Timothée Stengel from France in the PF1S class, so the serial class.
Raúl, tienes que ir un poco más de arriba. Sí, más de arriba, no tan bajo, pero me parece muy Raúl esto.
Yep, okay, safety through, not too bad. Well done, Tim.
Sí, pero no mola.
So the format this year for determining the champion is a cumulative scoring. So you have to perform well throughout the week, and then it's the person with, I guess in the end, the fewest seconds on course throughout the entire week who becomes the winner. Bearing in mind the deduction system that we have for losing the worst score of 5. We have previously run knockout stages towards the end of competitions, but it's deemed a little bit unfair. It may be that you've competed extremely well for 4 or 5 days, and then you get to the semi-finals and the finals of the knockout stage and you get pipped to the post, despite having been the fastest pilot all week. So the competition director this week, Carmel, has opted to go for the cumulative scoring system. Wait, tip very close to the water there. Don't forget, touching the water is a immediate 0 score, so he needs to stay out of the water. Pretty close there, but he's doing okay. Round the final pylon, and he's through. Good stuff, Ryan. Ryan from Texas in the US.
No, que está señalado, tío. Está enfocado, tío. Está raro, tío, eso. Un momento, Sebas. Vale, fuera batería, Aaron, fuera. Vale, Miki, què et passa amb això? Està com raro. No sé com dir-ho. Com borrós.
Pretty good team from USA this year, and we've got another USA team member coming up next, William Carreras, competing in the open class, flying an ozone free ride too. Bright yellow one, yep, that's definitely him. Keep your feet out the water, Willie. Yeah, got a little bit wayward there on turn 2, but he's okay. Correcting himself, coming back to turn 3, all the way around turn 3. So gained a bit too much height. He's therefore going to lose some time as he loses speed as he comes back down to the start-finish gate. There's a height to the start-finish gate. You can't go in at any height. The competition director has briefed pilots that they must go through the start-finish gate no higher than the top of the pylon height. It's also got a practical reason, because the measuring equipment that we're using this week will only record up to a certain height. So if you exit the finish gate too high, you won't trigger the scoring system, and therefore you won't score a time, and you'll get 0 for that time. Yep, minor collapse on preparation, but he'll be okay. He'll just set up again and be off any time now. It's a little bit overcast here, but that's not a bad thing, as long as the wind stays away until, well, at least lunchtime. That would be nice. But as I look out over the lake just behind me on my right-hand side, it's pretty calm. Conditions are looking good. I'm not hearing any talk of turbulence or other unstable wind, so looks good for the time being. Oi, look at the roll rate there. And we're done with Jakob. I think I have to check his scores later. Dice stop flights, don't forget. all the live scoring, all the live timing on dice.flights. Go to 7WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championship. Click on your category. We're currently in category PF, Paramotor Foot Launched. And then click on task 4 Astro, and you'll get all of the times.
Bob? What? No. Okej?
Tak, bo taki звук, jak gdyż to mamy...
Nie. Ręce trzymał.
So I'm looking at dice.flights. I'm checking out scores for the females at the moment. Morgane Planton, 16th on my list, 35.147 seconds. And then Leah with her partial wing collapse, 39.858. So yeah, it cost her a few seconds. But that's not what the important part of that flight was. She was okay, and she gets to fly again later. Mark from USA, a 22-meter gin carve with the Viterazzi Monster 185. Viterazzi, one of the sponsors of the event this week in the engine category. And I looked down my list and there's a large number of people flying Viterazzis. And Mark from USA being one of them. Bit of a break as we wait. So Geordie's just put up the graphic for the Astro, so it gives you a better idea of what's going on. You go through the start-finish gate into the centre pylon, take a left, which is the blue mark, a left to the far left, the near left pylon, sorry. High G-induced, high speed, horizontal or over horizontal flying around the near left pylon, the 270 degree, back to near right pylon 270, and then back to the centre pylon. Just cutting across because we've got spotters and we've seen the next competitor coming in. Carmen's flying a 15-meter ozone free ride 2. So round the centre pylon. All the way around the left, across the course. All the way around the next pylon. Back to the centre. And through the finish gate, through the timing. And time off. So welcome to you all. I can see several hundred of you listening in and watching to this live footage. This is not a recording. Well, it might be if you're watching it on Tuesday, because it's Monday morning here in Bornos, in Andalusia, in Spain. This is the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships. It's 10 to 12 Spanish time. We're live. And we're on task 4, training task. For this, the official World Paramotor Slalom Championships. And we're stuck, and we have another water incident. So if you've not been here long, you've just joined us, we can see that the pilot is up, he's out of the water, his buoyancy aid has inflated the bright orange thing around him, he's okay, and the safety boats are already there. I make that less than 10 seconds. The larger red safety boat has a flip down nose, so the first thing they'll do is they'll make contact with the pilot, they'll check he's okay, they'll get the thumbs up. He's holding onto the boat, so he's doing all right. Yep. So we have the event director, Paco, or Francisco Sanchez Reina, to give him his real name, but Paco will be communicating with the competitor. Paco lives here on the campsite. He lives here all year round, and he is a major player in this Bornos being the center of Paramotor Slalom Championships at the moment. Absolutely lovely guy, Paco. He's out first on the boat, making contact, and all looks good. So we go quiet. All competitors are told to land. All eyes on the rescue boat and the medical services, which I'm sure won't be needed in this occasion. We have a couple of minutes break as we rescue, and then we'll be back with more action in just a few minutes' time.
se ha entrenado hoy, ¿eh?
No, es perdeli, perdeli.
Vamos, chicos, déjalo ya en el suelo. Ahí. Vamos por allí.
29, 29.
Cuidado, Carlos, échale una manita ahí. ¿Era algo del tesoro, Bri?
Já jsem dobrý, tu vrtule je pryč, no. Na to se, že celá jenom ještě praskne. Grazie.
Vamos,
No, dojebaný.
¿Y fuera?
Tradycja utrzymana.
Jak to było? To was
¿Fuera?
So we're preparing for the next task. We're still on Astro, but we're preparing for the next one, which is going to be Nebula. This is another 3-pylon course. Remember, I keep saying, we're in training. So what happens with Nebula? Go through the start, and then there's a long trek to the far right-hand pylon, where you do a blue, so that's a left-hand turn. Back to the center pylon, and you do a near 360. Off to the near right pylon, a blue left-hand turn, back to the first pylon, and then through the finish. So 2 long tracks, speed bar going to be in evidence, and again, a different approach from last time, where, well, this current task that we have, where we have 2 very tight turns. Instead, we're going to have long drags to get more speed. That's coming up later. We're still finishing the Astro training, which is task number 3, but once we're done with that, we'll go on to task number 4. So the news from competitor number 29, Carol, is he is a successful member of the Bornos Swimming Club. Maybe you saw the footage of him exiting the water. He's absolutely fine. Engine and propeller are in one piece. Chassis unbroken. He's unbroken. He needs to dry off, get the hair dryers out, and he'll be back again soon. So the green flag has been given for action to recommence. I can hear over on my left-hand side the first engines being started. And the first pilot, if you heard behind me, is on his way in for his training session. It's going to be Marcin Digas from Poland. 16-meter dudek snake 4. Get ready for drone footage. The follow me from the FPV operator just outside my tent. Watch these shots. Some amazing footage from KTO Productions as we follow real time the stresses put on pilots' bodies, the decisions they have to make, the speeds they're going. 31, so compatriot of mine, the only member of the UK team here this week, number 31, Daniel Jones. His ambition, stay dry. It's always a good one. Safely through. So Dan is a little lightweight guy, and he's not going to be very heavy. My guess is maybe 50-55 kilos. I think he told me earlier on that his total weight on the scales earlier on this week was less than 100 kilos. And you can see he's flying a pretty big cross-country wing, 18-meter wing. So what's important is the weight to wing ratio must be within spec, and his was in the green zone. He's one of the lighter weight pilots with one of the larger wings. I'm nearing the end of the PF class, so you can see the PL class now. the number, but it looks as though that was Ibrahim, but we'll see in a moment. So we're still on task number 4, Astro. If you go to dice.flights, 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 you'll get all of the near live times from this, the practice session. Navigate your way through, you pick the competition, which is 7 WPSC, 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. Then pick your category, and we're currently in category PF1, so Paramotor Foot Launched 1. And then you pick task number 4. Sorry, task number 3, I beg your pardon. Task number 3, which was Astro. Competitor 45, Milan Clément. Remember, we're doing championship order, which means the fastest and the best pilots, based on their previous results, are going first. Milan, world-class pilot, 5th in 2023 here in Bornos, 6th last year in Qatar. The skill and the class was evident from that flight. So this is the PL class. So if you are following along on dice.flights, you're now looking at the PL1 class. Number 24, Rashid from UAE, United Arab Emirates. Quite a number of pilots from UAE here this year. Great to see. And this amazing FPV drone footage as we follow him around the course. That'll do nicely, Rashid. Well done. Safely through. We've a minor break in action for some reason. The competition director's just come in and called the red flag, so the controller of the flying, he has a red and a green flag. Green is go, red is stop, and red and green means everybody must land. For some reason we're flying the red flag. I'm not quite sure why. See if I can find out. Nope, it's short-lived. We're back to green. As we see one of the official marshals just helping a slightly reluctant engine to start. Like I said before, if you were here earlier, this isn't an engine competition. This isn't a mechanics competition. We're flying, and if you need a bit of a pull to get started, there's nothing wrong with that at all. It can only be done by a designated team assistant or by a marshal. Number 47, Vaclav. 17-meter Dudek Snake 3. And a Pellini Thor 303 engine. Looking very, very good here. Getting a bit close to the water, but he's doing all right. Nice fast time. Conditions are pretty good. You can see the windsock there in the middle of the screen. It is active, it is blowing a bit, but it's a fairly clean wind. Reasonably standard for conditions here in Bornos. Maybe a little bit windier than we expected, but not getting feedback of it being too blustery or unstable, which is the thing that really affects this competition. The little lightweight flying machines, and they're flying incredibly quickly in a confined space, so they need reasonably stable weather conditions. '28. Ibrahim from Qatar. I can tell from the harmonic resonations that it's a Sky engine. And it is indeed a Sky 150 he's flying. Let's follow him as he goes round the course. Such amazing shots. Going a bit wide, carrying a lot of speed, cutting tight into the pylon. Nicely done. So officially, the competition director this week is Kamil Manchowski. He's Polish by nationality, but he's been living in Qatar and working with the Qataris for, I think it's getting on for 9 years now, and is the head coach of the Qatari team. So he comes here for some months of the year here to Bornos to train the Qatari team. But he's very professional, got a lot of respect for Kamil. He's an excellent organiser. And as soon as the competition starts, he makes sure himself that he distances himself from the Qatari team. Doesn't need to be told by the likes of me that he's independent here. He's not showing any bias or favour towards anybody. But nevertheless, he's been training some of these people for the last few years, and he's going to be watching keenly as to how they get on. So he's going to be really happy with the Qatari team so far, and Ibrahim just now. '46, Yann Ledière from the French team. 6th in 2023, 7th in Qatar last year in 2024. Very controlled, good control of height. Full speed out of the exit gate. Job done.
Aguanta las filas. Vale, inicio en 3. Vamos a frenar.
We've just been watching 22 Mohammed from UAE preparing to take off. And we cut to the action, which is Thomas Golz from France. Flying a 15 meter. Round the first pylon to the second pylon, where you need to perform a high G maneuver 270 across the course to the third pylon, another high G 270 back to the center pylon, and out we go. So the fastest so far today is Hayan Al-Hababi from Qatar, 19.665. His teammate Ibrahim, 19.919. And then come the French, Boyce, 22.5. Thomas, 22.6. And the spread so far to 1 minute 10, but most all the way up to 37 seconds. And then Oscar, so far the slowest. But you've got to score, and you've got to get round the course accurately. So this is 22 Mohammed. You might notice he hasn't got any wheels. This is training, so he must have had a technical error of some sort earlier, and he's been slotted in to the training session now. Because he was flying the Astro course, and we're nearing the end of task 3, training task 3. And like I say, we'll be moving to the new course, being Nebula, for those pilots that you can see are preparing to take off now. Wind picking up, as you can see now from the windsock. Competition director Kamal will be having a keen eye on the weather. He's long experienced in this area. Also a former competitor himself. Competed in World Championships in 2014 and 15, I think, coming 5th each time. So he's been there, he's done that. And he's been organising now for, I guess, 8 or 9 years now. So, former world champion and world record holder Ramon Morillas from the Spanish team. Round the centre. Great roll rate, nicely flicked through to the 270 turn. Nice and low to the water, but he had to correct himself just then, so he's lost some speed. doing okay. I don't know if you noticed, but one of the pylons was suffering in the wind slightly, so maybe the conditions are getting a little bit more challenging. But he's okay, he's straight through. Looks like that's husband and wife team Morgan and Cyril Planton. Certainly that's Morgan, so it must be Cyril as well. It certainly is. Getting ready for their next training task. So we're going to be moving to task 4 using course Nebula. They look happy. There's Morgan giving us a wave. This is current world champion Morgan. So Mohammed from UAE. They've recently joined this world, and they're on the learning curve. There's great attitude, and many are showing fantastic signs of progress. We're delighted to have them here in this championship. Mohammed flying a 16-meter wing. Getting in a bit of a mess there, but he's okay. See the pylon starting to bend slightly in the wind. That can't be making it very easy for pilots. But he's doing exactly the right thing. He's going steady. You can just sense the concentration, can't you? It's another successful training run for Mohammed. Well done. Back to fly again later on this afternoon. So I can hear the next competitor coming in. He's got the distinctive wing. This is competitor 43 from France, Boris Tisper. Huge bushy beard picks him out, and you can even see it when he's flying along. Amazing competitor, second in 2023, just third in 2024, but that was unlucky if you ask me. Let's watch the class. He stays so tight to the pylons, full speed as he goes through to pylon number 3. Watch it bending in the wind. It's not going to be easy for him, but he does okay. Gains a bit of height. That's not too bad. Round the last pylon. And banking a good, fast time. Nice one, Boris. Bien joué, bien volé, Boris. So Boris's time is up. 26.358. Don't forget, dice.flights, dice.flights, so called because it looks like the number 5 on a dice cube. You can get all the scores, all the times from that, the official software provider to the championship. We have a bit of a pause, so it's good time to catch up on the next task, which is going to be called Nebula. This is the course design that Kamil has picked out of his catalogue of 20 or more, 25 or more different patterns. So each time you're testing different skills of the pilots. Let's have a look what happens with Nebula. Go through the start gate, then you take a 2 o'clock type direction. Going through the far right-hand pylon, you take a left-hand turn, so that's a blue turn, left hand, to the centre pylon. You take a right-hand turn all the way round to the near right pylon. A left-hand turn all the way up the course, approximately 70 metres. And then back through to the finish. So higher speeds, longer straight lines with this one. Use of speed bar is going to be vital because of the long distances involved. So we've just had a bit of a delay. I've just had a word through from Kamil on the official WhatsApp group that we're relaunching. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time. yo. Welcome back. We just had a bit of a break. Had to sort a couple of things out this end, but we're back with, this is the next task in the training day. And we're flying task pattern Nebula. If you've been around for a few minutes, you would have heard me explain the task pattern, which is picked by the competition director every single time. And this one is called Nebula. So we're off with the PF1 class as usual. This is the Paramotor foot launched. There are 39 in the class. So we go through all of the PF1 pilots training this morning before we advance to the PL class. I've just heard from the competition director that this will be the last training task for the day. We've been at it since first takeoff 8:30 this morning, and it's local time 10 to 1 now. And we have to think about the health of the pilots, because this is very stressful, it's very hard work, and to make them fly more than what we judge to be necessary would start adding danger to the situation. So instead of that, we make sure that they fly enough, but then not too much. So the decision's been taken. Let's hope the wind and the weather holds out long enough for the next hour or so, where we get through this next task, which will be number 5 on the official website, dice.flights. And it's known as Nebula. That's the name of the course. So watching Morgane, we saw her earlier preparing to take off with her husband Cyril helping her. Seemed that she's got into a bit of a situation there, but she's okay, and she's back and finished the course. If you're new and just joining us, welcome. This is the 7th World Paramotor Slalom Championships. The official World Championships as overseen by the International Federation. So it's the 7th FAI World Paramotor Slalom Championships here in Bornos in Andalusia in southern Spain. On this, a site that's pretty much dedicated to paramotor slalom. The lake of Bornos, Lago de Bornos, seems to be a centre in the world where people come to train, and this year, as well as 2 years ago, for the World Championships. 5 inflatable pylons, and each time the competition director decides the pattern of the pylons to be flown. This time we're flying pattern Nebula. The rules to this event are available on the official website, www.7wpsc.com, 7 World Paramotor Slalom Championships.com, 7WPSC. Find the Rules and Regulations, I think it's called, tab, and then you can download a copy of what's known as the local regulations. There's a hierarchy of rules. We're part of the International Federation, so we have to follow the overall rules of the Federation, but then we subdivide down to our specialist section, and even further down to the local regulations for this event. Let's watch Asa go around the course. One of the hot favourites for the event this week as we go into official competition. Starting tomorrow morning at sunrise, 8:30 in the morning will be first takeoff. That's local Spanish time. It being 10 to 1 now, local time for us here. I've had a request. Thanks very much for those of you watching and for your questions and comments, but the request was talking about penalties. And what sort of penalties can you expect to get if you do something wrong? We're all about safety. Let's just watch Alice go through the course. Through the start. Needs to go the 2 o'clock position to the far right-hand pylon. Round that pylon. Back to the centre pylon. All the way round. Down to, as we look at it, the far left pylon. All the way around that. Way! Nearly touched the water. And then back through the start-finish. So he nearly touched the water. If he does touch the water, there's a penalty. Why? Because we're all about safety. We want you to stay in the bit between the water and the clouds, and ideally not touch either. So if you do touch the water, we deem that to be a bit dangerous. And we add points to the position that you are. So say you're 6th and you get a penalty, we might add 3, which makes you 9th overall. You can find the description of all of the penalties in the local regulations. There's a table, which I'm looking at right now. And it talks about penalty points and codes. So wing collapse. If your wing collapses while you're flying, whatever position you are at the moment, so say you're 4th, we add 3 for a wing collapse. So we'll classify you as 7th. Let's see what's going on here. Number 10, Irji from Czech Republic on a 15-meter wing. Just correcting himself mid-course, but he's okay. You must go through the finish gate. You must set off our specialist timing equipment, otherwise you won't score any. So we were talking about wing collapse. That'll be the position that you are at the moment, +3, so you'll drop from 4th to 7th, for instance. Water touch, same thing, position in class +3. So again, you would drop from 4th to 7th for water touch. And that's written up as WAT in the scores, and wing collapse is written up as CLP. You get failed entry and failed exit, so if you don't go into the course properly or you don't go out of the course properly, then you effectively come last. It's number of pilots +1. So if there's 39 pilots, you'll come 40th. Johnson from USA bought himself a new engine to come to the event this year. Competing in the open class. Partly because he bought the engine very shortly before the serial class was announced. Now, the serial class is a slightly lower tier class for those of you who haven't won the World Championships yet. And the size of the engine is limited to 205cc. And I can tell you, Johnson's flying an Ares 260S, which is obviously more than 205cc, so he can't take part in the serial class. So he's hoping not to finish last in the open class, is what he was telling me, and he did pretty well just then. So we got failed entry, failed exit. If you don't come into the course or leave the course properly, that's all of the pilots +1, so you end up 40th out of 39 effectively. Failed entry, FEN, failed exit, FEX on the score sheet. Then we've got error in circuit. Perhaps you go round the pylons the wrong way. Number of pilots +2, so you'll come 41st. And that will be listed as ERR on the scores. If you don't fly, and there may be good reasons why you don't fly, which I can come into later. But if you don't fly, we give you number of pilots +6, because we want you to fly, and that'll be recorded as DNF. So looking at Alois number 12. Yeah, really evident use of speed bar there, as always. So DNF is number of pilots plus 6. We really penalise you if you don't want to fly, and I can come on to as to why you might not want to fly later. Next would be incident, is sort of at the discretion of the competition director. If you do something which he doesn't like, which he's briefed against, which is dangerous, which might impinge on the safety of others, that's called an incident. And that'll add 3 to your position. So if you're 1 to 3 in your position. So if you're 4th, it's a minor infringement. Competition director might add 1, so you'll be 5th. You might add 2 or 3 to make you 6th or 7th. Leah Cutullo from USA, one of 3 female pilots here this year. Came 2nd last year in the World Championships. She's a medical professional back in the US, but a frequent flyer in these championships, in these competitions. Yeah, height control good. Through the finish gate safely, scored. I think she and Morgan are going to be neck and neck this week as to who's going to win out of the PF1F category, the Paramotor foot-launched female category. Anyway, back to these penalties. There's 2 forms of water splash. If you splash without the engine having cut, in other words, you've had a crash, you've gone into the water without really wanting to, we don't like that. We add 5 to your position. So say you were coming 10th, we'll now make you 15th. We'll add 5 to the position that you're in. And we'll put SPL on the score sheet to say why you've got that penalty. If you get a water splash with the engine stopped, so say the engine stops in flight, you've got no choice, then that's different, and we only add 2 to your position. So if you're 15th before you get an involuntary water splash because the engine is cut, we'll add 2 in the end. Go back to the female class, and Kaylee, she seems a bit high going in through the start gate, so we'd have to check whether or not she gets the score. Again, this beautiful disco wing. I say again, not Kaylee's first visit to Bornos. I did get it wrong earlier. I'm sorry, Kaylee. Beautifully smooth. Really good control. So far, nice control of height as well. Just checking herself before the next pylon. Set up nicely going into the full turn. Very good. So maybe a question as to the entry. Maybe she was a little bit high, or perhaps that's just me looking. Otherwise, very controlled. Excellent flight. Great skills on show. Her dad Jerry's here to support her. Shout out to Jerry. I bet she made you proud that time round. Good luck, Kaylee. Have I finished with these penalties yet? So the water splashes, if the engine hasn't cut, you get number of pilots plus 5. You go right to the bottom. If the engine has cut, you get number of pilots plus 2. And they're SPL and ENC respectively. So, Severin, number 35 from Poland. Nicely low to the ground as he starts. Great control round pylon number 1. Needs to quickly change to pylon 2. This is looking extremely good. Again, fantastic roll rate. You can see the body of the pilot being above the centre line as he's going around the pylon, super close to that pylon. Again, maintaining almost perfect height across the water, and he's out. Excellent stuff. Someone to watch later in the week. Go to dice.flights for the official scoring. We're now on task 5, Nebula. Take your pardon, it's task 4 on the website. And we can see that Acer from Qatar is currently the fastest on 26.155, Alesh 27.2, Lubosh 27.3, and Severin 31.9 seconds. Pretty good. So all the scores will be there. And the battle between Leah and Morgan this morning in the training task was won by Leah, 40.6. Andre from Poland. It looks as though the Polish team's been putting in some extra training. That's another excellent performance from Andre. Ozone free ride 2 on the 15 metre. Competition director Kamil Manchowski has already published the decision that this is going to be the last task of the day. So those who have competed, trained, will be able to pack up and go and get themselves a well-earned siesta. Number 20, Abdallah. Good start. Those of you who perhaps are new to paramotoring, you can see his legs are going in and out. What's going on here then? Well, he has a thing called a speed bar, which is connected to the control system of the wing. And as he extends his legs, perhaps on the long runs, so he's engaging the speed bar, changes the profile of the wing, means the wing can fly faster. And there you go, you see his legs are out there. He's engaged the speed bar for the final run out into the finish gate. Different tactics deployed by different pilots. We saw current world champion last year in Qatar engage a single-footed technique where he put one foot on the speed bar and the other foot he put below him to use sort of as a pendulum effect to help him with his weight transfer. Proved to be highly effective, and Bartosz Nowici of Poland is here today. He's already flown his training task for this task, but he is the current world champion at least until Saturday. Let's wait and see what happens for the rest of the week. '27, William or Wallow from USA. Very distinctive haircut. But here we go. He freely admitted to me he's new to this. Doesn't have the ability to train over water in the States. Lots of use of throttle as he went round. The Vidarazzi Mosta Factory R185. producing plenty of power. About 27 horsepower according to the brochure. These things have absolutely plenty of power for what they're being asked to do this week, with the most powerful engine on display this week being the Sky Zeus 300 with 44 horsepower. Now, I'm a regular aeroplane pilot. 44 horsepower is more than enough for a single-seat aeroplane.
Que ya está bien, que es la una. Hacer un free practice.
Weather conditions looking good. That's a sensitive weather sock. It's a very lightweight one. And it's calmed down from earlier on in the morning. So we're going to get through this task by the looks of it. So number 33, Tim from the French team. Nice first turn. Gained a bit of height in the second, but it's diving down. Needs to stay closer to the water. Looking good. And they're done. So what happens when they finish? They go through the finish gate. They've got a particular route they must follow. They're not allowed to fly over our tent, for instance, because they might interrupt our work in here. We've got scorers. We've got the media control, and I'm sitting next to media control, Geordie. Can't fly over us, but they can then fly directly behind us onto the landing deck, which is just a few meters away from me. There's the view, top right-hand side. You can see white tents. The far right tents are us. The big white tent is the team tent, and then the green space behind the tents is the takeoff and landing deck. More than enough room, but they must fly to the left of the large tent and then find their way to land. Landing into wind, of course. Weather conditions are good. A bit hazy over there behind us in the mountains, but I think we're going to be okay for the next maybe 45 minutes as we finish this training task. Two safety boats. They've been in use so far this morning a few times. We've had some new members of the Bornos Swimming Club. But it looks as though they're not going to be needed anymore because it's been declared weather conditions are such that we are calling a halt, and that's the end of free practice for the day. So we're over for the day. We're off to go and have a bite to eat and a cup of coffee, and we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll be in place early, and you can check in from 8:30 tomorrow morning. That's Spanish time, Central European time. It's now 1:10 our time, so 8:30 tomorrow morning, same time, same place, and we'll see you then.